Good morning, everyone. The Senate will come out of recess, having recessed on January 29th, 2026. The Senate will come to order. Just to let folks know, Senator Lang is running a few minutes late, and he will be joining us momentarily. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Good morning, Senators. If your faith allows, let's pray. Lord, we are gathered here today with hearts that are reflective of all the goodness you've given us, an incredible state to call our home, an incredible state that we can serve in. We thank you for these senators who have given tirelessly their time and their effort to serve so many people in our towns and cities, or their families have given up so much as well. And so, Lord, we pray a special blessing over each senator and their family today. Let them know that their service is known, it's felt, it's seen, and let the people rejoice in their representation through these senators as they've given us so much time and good effort with great integrity. We pray this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. The Senate will please remain standing while Senator Perkins Coker leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. And we are just going to be in recess till we hear from the House about the joint convention. We have to be invited in, so. The Senate will come out of out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives is ready to meet with the Honorable Senate in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the State of the State address by Her Excellency Governor Kelly A. Ayotte.
I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Good, sorry. Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the Senate is ready to meet with the Honorable House of Representatives in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the State of the State address by Her Excellency Governor Kelly A. Ayotte.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess to meet in joint convention. Will all senators please line up at the door?
Yep.
The Senate will come out of recess. Please take your seats. We're going to pick up where we left off, just to remind everyone. We are in, let's see, we've adjourned from the late session. We've already had our prayer this
Yep.
morning. We're going to move on to the introduction of guests. I recognize Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Please welcome to the Senate chamber Ms. Brenda Tennant and Mr. William Franks, who did me the tremendous favor of raising my wife, who joins them in the gallery. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. We're just going to wait a few seconds. Our next guest is on her way. She should be here momentarily. The Senate will be attentive to the introduction of guests. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
President, I'd like to introduce the body to Maria Walsh. Maria was originally born in Boston, but has called the village of Shrule County, Mayo home since 1994. And between 2017 and 2019, Maria served as a member of the Army Reserve, training with the 1st ACS Cavalry Corps as a trooper based in the Defense Forces Training Center, County Kildare. In 2018, Maria worked as a project coordinator for the national event honoring the survivors and victims of the Magdalene laundries. Maria was first elected in 2019 and re-elected in 2024. Maria Walsh is serving her second term as a Fine Gael MEP in the European Parliament. Maria represents the constituency of the Midlands Northwest, which spans 15 counties across Ireland, and is a member of the European People's Party group in the European Parliament. Please welcome Maria Walsh.
Would you like to come up and say a few words?
As a politician, I'll never do much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Promise I only have about a 4-hour speech prepared for you, but I'll be short. I want to thank you all for such a hospitable welcome, and a special thank you to Senator Birdsall for allowing me to be here and opening up for her team. I'm joined here by my mother Noreen and my aunt Sheila, and when we talk about, yes, but listening to the Governor's speech, and we stand on the shoulders of the people before us, and I often don't think that gets recognised enough. So delighted to have my family here and be a representative of a part of Ireland, particularly the west of Ireland, that is really scaling and growing. And much of the Governor's speech and much of the conversation we had this morning really inspired me to continue on. If we show up for our community will continue to show up for us. So fantastic to be in your company. I wish you very, very good luck. And of course, it would be remiss of me not to welcome you all, Kid Míle Fáilte, at any point to any part of Ireland, particularly the west of Ireland. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further introduction of guests? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, today's fiscal note report is adopted. We will now move on to the bills removed from the consent calendar. Senate Bill 497, Committee CB. From the capital budget, I saw CB, I wasn't sure what that was. From the Committee on Capital Budget, removed by Senator Carson. Senate Bill 524 from Committee on Commerce, removed by Senator Innes. Senate Bill 495 with Election Law and Municipal Affairs, removed by Senator McConkey. And Senate Bill 631 from the Committee on Transportation by Senator Ricciardi. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Senator Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. Fiscal note bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to the committee by the day's fiscal note report to the Committee on Finance and to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading.
We need to do this first.
Okay. Okay, I guess we have a special order that wasn't in the book.
You can
Should I finish the
just
consent?
finish, yep.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Just want to go back to the special orders. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session. An election law and municipal affairs, Senate Bill 495, and in judiciary, Senate Bill 479. That's not in here. The Senate will be in recess. The Senate will come out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 639 FN, an act relative to the use of disputes over blockchain and digital currencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 4-2. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 639 FN to be referred to interim study. This bill would have created an act to protect blockchain technology and its users and established a blockchain dispute docket to oversee blockchain-related disputes. While this bill is well-intended, it does not adequately address many concerns that have been raised, significantly related to electricity and water usage, noise complaints, raising of electricity costs, and environmental impacts. To generate digital assets, facilities require a significant amount of energy and water around the clock. It is unknown how increased energy and water demand would affect communities and taxpayers. Nationwide, New Hampshire already has one of the highest electric rates. Communities throughout the country, like North Tonawanda, New York, have had negative experiences with noise pollution generated by these facilities. In fact, some of these facilities can be heard miles away. Given these concerns and the fact that this bill would further erode local control, I ask for support on the motion of referring to interim study on House Bill 639. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Yes. Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the committee's recommendation of referring to interim study on House Bill 639. Contents of this bill have been thoroughly worked on in both the House and the Senate, as well as by Governor Sununu's Commission on Digital Assets and Cryptocurrency. This novel technology will allow New Hampshire to remain competitive in an ever-changing global financial market. However, there are some concerns with the bill, as noted by my colleague from District 9. And I want to ask you respectfully to please overturn the pending motion so I may offer a floor amendment that addresses some of those concerns. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fenton is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of the interim study as my colleague from District 9 on HB 639. This bill would preempt local authority. It would strip communities of meaningful control over high energy uses like cryptocurrency mining and enact legal protections for technologies we still barely understand. Crypto mining is extremely energy intensive. It stresses our grid, and it raises significant environmental and economic concerns. And all this proposal will do is tie the hands of local officials and preempt sound regulation. Interestingly, this bill would also create a blockchain dispute docket, no idea what that is, in our courts, a significant and structural change without any clear evidence that our current framework is inadequate to address such disputes or fraud. It would not be wise to move forward with something that could limit local governance and favor speculative financial technologies with unclear public benefit. I also urge the body to support the interim study. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study. We have had a request to vote down the interim study so that another recommendation can come forward. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the interim study, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, I believe the noes have it. So we have voted down the interim study. And I recognize Senator Innes for a different motion.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. I'm offering floor amendment 26-2. I'm sorry. Thank you. I move on to pass. Thank you.
Floor amendment 0291S. Okay, it has been proposed. Is this correct? I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
You recognize to introduce your amendment.
I move Amendment 260291S for consideration by the Senate. This simple amendment would remove the provisions of the underlying bill that would not allow municipalities to ban crypto mining in their town. In other words, it would enable a town to deny crypto mining and a location of a facility in their communities. This amendment is a good one in that it gives that local control to the communities, but it also ensures that innovation will not be stifled here in New Hampshire. So we're giving flexibility back to our municipalities. I think that's a good thing, particularly in this case. And I ask for the adoption of the amendment and ought to pass on the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0291S. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Ricciardi, you recognized for a question or to speak? Okay, a question of Senator
District 7.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question. Of course. I appreciate the intent of the amendment and providing protections for local control. My question is, how does this amendment address the increasing costs of energy? And how will our grid support this? Who's going to be paying for this high cost? The taxpayers?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Electric costs are a complex issue in our state, driven by far more than just crypto mining. And if you remember from the governor's address just a little bit ago, she's identified that as one of the key issues that we need to tackle. I'm confident that her suggestion that we explore nuclear energy options will help to address this sort of thing, as well as bring rates down for all the folks in the state of New Hampshire.
Follow-up?
You can follow up, yes.
My follow-up is, that makes perfect sense, except we haven't gotten there yet, and we don't have nuclear power yet. So my question is, wouldn't it make sense to amend the bill to wait till we have such electricity to properly fund such a great endeavor?
I think that given the rapid advances in cryptocurrency, that it would be unwise for the state of New Hampshire to sit around and wait. We should be bold and move forward, which is the New Hampshire way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Birdsall.
And I am going to support the amendment because it does bring back the local control, but however, I will not be supporting the bill when once the amendment is attached. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on proposed amendment 0291S? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 639. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Okay, just a quick question for the body. We're going to be breaking at noon for lunch because we are everyone will have the opportunity to meet our guest downstairs. The next bill we have, I'm sure, is going to take a while on the debate, the next three bills. And I don't want to get into the middle of the debate and the lunch is scheduled for noon. We have about a half an hour. Would you like to break early? And I see Senator Waters going no. Or do you want to start the debate and then stop and then go to lunch? What is your preference? You just want to keep going? Okay, all right, well, we will keep on going then. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Yes, Senator Gray.
There's a separate option. You could special order the next two bills, take up some of the other ones that are less controversial, and that would not break up the debate on those two bills.
Okay, so Senator Gray, Senator Waters.
491 is going to take much discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, so we've had some, see, I'm glad I asked, some good suggestions here. We're going to move on and we will do Senate Bill 491, and we will move a special order, Senate Bill 582 and 584, to be taken up when we return from lunch, which should be 1 o'clock. Is there any objections? Okay, seeing none, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 491 FN, an act enabling students to utilize education freedom accounts funds to pay for certain career and technical education funding. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-1. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 491 all to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 491 would enable students to utilize education freedom account funds to pay for certain career and technical education funding. It would allow the Department of Education to develop a formula for determining separately the tuition and transportation cost for approved CTE programs. The bill would also make sure that EFA students have access to CTE programs. For these reasons, the Education Finance Committee recommends ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 491. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. And briefly, I will say that Senate Bill 491 does two important things. First, it gives flexibility and authority to the Department of Education to determine the formula for tuition and transportation for career and technical education, and to establish funds for those transportation and tuition funds. The reason this is important is that we have sending schools that have agreements to send their students to CTE centers, and we provide tuition and transportation support for those students. It has been very difficult over the years to provide enough funding so that we don't have the situation where students don't have the opportunity to go because of where they live. So what had been happening is we'd have the one bucket of money, and then you'd pay for the tuition, and the transportation would be discounted to 60%, and that would leave the local district on the hook. What this will do is to separate those out, let budgets be developed realistically for each one, and have a fund for that. And we'll give the Department of Education the authority to do this in their budget, because it had previously resided with the State Board of Education, and the chair of that said this is fine. They think it ought to be over in the Department of Education as well. So that will be an important thing, and will really enable good planning for CTE in the next budget and thereafter. The second thing the bill does is about making sure that educational freedom account students know and have opportunity to go to CTE. Every student who wants to go to CTE and get a good career career and technical education ought to be able to do that to build our workforce. I did look in the original bill to see how we can handle EFA students in terms of the transportation issue. You may recall last year we passed my bill to say that EFA students and students attending private schools could go to the CTE closest to where their school was, right, have to go back to their home community, and that was a good thing to do. It seemed with the open education, open enrollment thing that we need to look at the whole thing together. So I think we've got to do some work on how we're going to handle transportation for the open enrollment and for the CTE, and we'll get to work on that, because I said I'm absolutely committed to make sure that any student in the state would, in whatever program, get their career and technical education. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 491. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Just to remind everyone, Senate Bill 582 in Education Finance, as well as Senate Bill 584 in Education Finance, have been special ordered until after lunch. We will move on to the HHS Committee, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 610 FN, an act relative to long-term care insurance standard forms, approvals, and public hearing procedures. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Rochefort for the committee.
Senator Rochefort.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 610 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill relocates a provision on the Insurance Commissioner's rulemaking authority on loss ratio standards for long-term care policies with statute. It authorizes approval of innovative care policies. It revises the criteria for disapproving insurance forms and permits public hearings with discretionary disclosure of form and rate filings. A committee amendment has been adopted to require that public hearings and comment periods be held by the Insurance Department. The Senate Health and Human Services asks for your support on a motion of ought to pass. And I do have a floor amendment coming.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? I recognize Senator Rochefort to present a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer floor amendment 2026-0431S. This is the reason why this was pulled off consent last week and special ordered to this week. After passing, I just spoke briefly about the purpose of the bill was really geared around long-term care insurance. And after the bill came out of committee, we were approached on some of the wording, and the wording perhaps was a little vague that could be applied to all insurance. And wanting to keep with the intent of the bill, we've got the floor amendment in front of you that clarifies that Senate Bill 610 and the hearing processes are specific to long-term care insurance. So the intent of the bill is the same. This just ensures that we're talking about long-term care insurance.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 0431S. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 610. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. I'm a little hesitant to move on to judiciary because we know we're going to have big debates about judiciary as well. So,
Transportation Bill SB 559FN. It was a 5-0 vote out of committee. We could probably dispose of it fairly quickly and make use of our time.
You mean special order pulling it forward?
yes.
To do it right now.
Okay, I don't want people listening here and listening at home to get a little confused. There has been a request to special order Senate Bill 559 to be debated now and discussed now. Is there any objection? Okay.
Without objection.
So the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 559FN, an act reducing the minimum allowable speed limit on locally controlled roads. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
You got it.
President, the Senate Transportation Committee has decided that Senate Bill 559FN ought to pass with an amendment. I would first like to thank my colleague in Senate District 5, who was generous to withdraw her similar bill in favor of bringing this bill forward today. This will grant municipalities the authority to set lower minimum speed limits on local roads in response to rising pedestrian and cyclist fatalities, which have surged nationally and particularly here in New Hampshire. According to federal guidance, a driver may not see or be aware of the conditions within a corridor and may drive at a speed that feels reasonable for themselves, but may not be for all users of the system, especially vulnerable road users, including our children and our seniors. A driver traveling at 30 miles per hour who hits a pedestrian has a 45% chance of killing or seriously injuring them. At 20 miles per hour, that percentage drops to 5%. In the interest of safety for our most vulnerable road users, I invite you to join Senate Transportation in the motion of ought to pass for Senate Bill 559FN with Amendment 2026-0343S. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Senators, are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 559. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. Yes, Senator Lang, you're recognized.
Could we special order SB 628FN to the next order of business. Should be another non-controversial bill we can take care of.
Okay. Is there any objection to special ordering Senate Bill 628 from the Committee on Transportation to be taken out of order and addressed now? Okay. So the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which is referred Senate Bill 628 FN, an act enabling curbside electric vehicle charging. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Madam President. The Senate Transportation Committee has voted to refer Senate Bill 628 for interim study. This legislation would authorize state and local authorities to license curbside electric vehicle charging stations within public right-of-ways, enabling businesses and residential hosts to operate them using existing electrical infrastructure. The bill clarifies that charging operators would not be classified as public utilities and establishes a revenue-sharing framework between independent operators and host properties. It also sets baseline standards for ADA accessibility, safety codes, cable management, and parking enforcement to support very orderly implementation. While the committee recognizes the potential benefits of this proposal, several significant concerns remain. These include public safety and traffic impacts, the risk of private entities monopolizing the public rights-of-way without utility-level oversight, and the absence of clear financial protection for the long-term maintenance or removal of abandoned equipment. Additional clarity is also needed regarding responsibility for signage and pavement markings. So for these reasons, I respectfully ask the full Senate body to join the Transportation Committee in supporting the motion for interim study. Thank you.
Study. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters?
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the chair of the committee's thoughtful response to this bill. Curbside charging is new technologies and a way for downtown businesses, apartment buildings, and others without a major investment to provide charging for people who want to plug in their car and do a little shopping in downtown areas or who live in apartment buildings. There are things that remain to be done. We'll get to work on it, and I think we'll have a very good bill next year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, the motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 628. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. Do you want to? Okay. To suggest at this point, because we do have a few minutes, if without objection, we're going to move to the concur and non-concur with the House messages.
Is everybody okay with that?
Is the body, does the body object to reading these? None? Okay.
Just let me.
To make sure everyone knows exactly where we are, we're going to move to the concurrence and non-concur House messages. Without objection, the clerk shall read the first House message, and thereafter only the title of each bill shall be read. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the passage of the following entitled bill with an amendment, in the passage of which amendment the House asks for concurrence of the Senate. Senate Bill 27 FN, relative to dwellings over water.
This moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 27. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 182, relative to the Maternal Mortality Review Committee.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 182. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 94, repealing municipal amendments to technical requirements of the State Building Code in certain circumstances.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 94. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 103 FNL, relative to the number of polling stations that are available for certain town cities during the general election, which includes the election for the office of the President of the United States.
Senator Gray moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 103. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, I rise in support of the concur motion, but just wanted to raise the point that there's sort of considerations on both sides. On balance, we come out in favor of supporting this bill and making sure that there's access to voting locations, but I just think we need to keep in mind as we administer these that each polling location, does add cost and complexity to the election, and we heard from the town manager of Derry that the impetus of this bill was actually due to a nearby construction project. So ultimately, we'll join in supporting this, but just want to keep an eye on the balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the concur motion on Senate Bill 103? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 134 FN, relative to work requirements under the state Medicaid program.
Senator Rochford moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 134. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in opposition to the concurrence motion on Senate Bill 134. We worked extensively and arduously just a few terms ago with former Senator Bradley to carefully craft a bipartisan solution that contained meaningful exemptions from the work and community engagement requirement. And this bill would wipe that work away and wipe away the position of our state in deference to the arbitrary standards of the federal government. Work and community engagement requirements for Medicaid are something we've visited before, and the cost of studying the issue of work requirements alone in 2019 was $4 million, and our contact rate was less than 3%. This was arguably more burdensome and more expensive than the actual administration of the benefits themselves. Further, these strict work requirements have been shown to neither meaningfully expand the number of people working nor lead to improved health outcomes. They only lead to a decrease in coverage, and that will worsen accessibility to mental health treatment and substance use disorder treatment. What we have in current statute would work. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I urge the body to hold steady and non-concur on this bill, and I'd like to request a roll call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. There's been a request for a roll call. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Senator Altshuler. Just to remind everybody, we are Senator Rochford, has moved that we concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 134. We have a request for a roll call that has been seconded, and the body will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
59.
The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 9, and the Senate concurs with the House. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 36, relative to the collection and reporting of abortion statistics by healthcare providers and medical facilities.
Senator Rochefort moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 36. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate concurs with the House. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 49 FN, relative to unlawful operation or use of unmanned aircraft systems.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 49. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate concurs with the House. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 83 FN, relative to license for primary and secondary game operators.
Senator Lang moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 83. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate concurs with the House. We will now move on to the non-concurs. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 186, preventing portraits persons from being hung in certain places in the State House unless the subject of the portrait has been dead for at least 10 years and provided exemplary and noteworthy services to the citizens of the state.
Senator Pearl moves that the Senate non-concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 186. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate refuses to concur. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 33 FN, relative to regulation of public school materials.
Senator Ward moves that the Senate non-concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 33. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate refuses to concur. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 34, relative to parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to school programs.
Senator Ward moves that the Senate non-concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 34. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Senate refuses to concur. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 15 FN, relative to incorporating hard labor as sentencing option for capital murder and serious sexual assaults on children, defining hard labor, establishing medical exemptions and penalties for abuse thereof, providing alternative punitive measures of legitimate medical exemptions, authorizing jury determination of hard labor, qualifying cases.
Senator Gannon moves that the Senate non-concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 15. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate refuses to concur. We have finished the concurrences and the non-concurs. I'd like to thank everybody for acting a little nimble and a little flexible, so we could get some of these other things done. We're going to go into recess for lunch, and we need you back in the chamber at 1 o'clock. Lunch is being served in room 100, I believe, so I hope to see you all down there. Senate will come out of recess. I'd just like to point out, because before lunch, we kind of jumped around the calendar. The clerk's office has very nicely put this on your desk. These are the bills that we are going to be taking up for the rest of the afternoon, so we're not all shuffling around in the calendar. Also, we do have a bill that is going to be removed from the table. Okay, so we're going to start with Education Finance, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 582 FN, an act modifying the base cost of adequate education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
President, I move Senate Bill 582 inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 582 would increase the base cost of an adequate education significantly. During the hearing, testimony indicated that the cost associated with passing this bill would be enormous, approximately $500 million to the Education Trust Fund starting in fiscal year 2028. For this reason, the Education Finance Committee recommends inexpedient to legislate on SB 582. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Altschiller to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Ooh. Thanks. It's not the walk-on song I asked for, but I'll take the volume. Thanks. Last session day, during a debate on education, we heard an impassioned admonition that we must take action in the name of, quote, what is the best education we can provide for our students. Not the cheapest, not the minimum, the best. Senate Bill 582 moves us toward that goal by bringing our education funding into compliance with a Superior Court ruling that found our current system is unconstitutional. Here's what happened. In November of 2023, after a 3-week trial with testimony from superintendents, school district personnel, and school finance experts, Judge David Ruoff ruled that our basic adequacy amount of $4,100 per pupil is inadequate and unconstitutional. He went further than previous courts had done, because we've been at this 30 years, noting that a minimum amount must be assigned. And he didn't pick a number out of thin air. He examined what it actually costs to provide the components of an adequate education: the teachers, the instructional materials, curricula, libraries, technology, transportation, facilities, and school nurses. Judge Ruoff set what he called a, quote, conservative minimum threshold, $7,356.01 per pupil. He was explicit. The true cost is much higher, but base adequacy can be no less than this amount. And that was a full budget cycle ago, and we have done nothing. I anticipate, and I had anticipated, that some will argue this is too expensive. We can't afford this. The burden on the taxpayers would be too great. So let me address that directly. When this legislature pushed the Education Freedom Account Voucher Program through the last few state budgets, we made no plans to raise revenue to cover these new and burgeoning costs. None. So let me give you the numbers. The EFA program is projected to cost taxpayers $51.6 million for the 2025-2026 school year alone, nearly double the last year's costs. And in 4 years, cumulative costs have surpassed $73 million, with projected biennium costs exceeding $113 million. And somehow you found that money. You found it without hesitation. The program has grown to over 10,000 applicants, and the average cost per student is now at about $5,200. And here's the kicker. Those funds are drawn directly from the Education Trust Fund, a fund historically designed to support public and charter schools. After the income caps were removed, only 39% of voucher recipients now come from families below the 185% of the federal poverty level. We are spending tens of millions of taxpayer dollars on a program that increasingly serves families who already demonstrated they could afford private school tuition without state assistance. So please, don't tell me we can't afford to meet our constitutional obligation to fund public education. Here's what's actually happening. For over 30 years, this legislature has abdicated its constitutional responsibility to fund adequate public education. We've set the base adequacy laughably low at $4,100 per student, knowing full well it doesn't cover actual costs. And who makes up the difference? Our local property taxpayers, your constituents. And again, those property taxes go higher and higher to make up for what the state refuses to provide. The result, wealthy towns can supplement inadequate state funding. Poorer towns cannot, and wealthy families are diverting their dollars away from school districts that actually need that funding. Meanwhile, we're diverting millions from the Education Trust Fund to send students to private and religious schools. Many of those families, as we mentioned, don't need the assistance. The hypocrisy in this is just stunning. Judge Ruoff's ruling made this super clear. We are failing our constitutional obligation. Article 83 of our state constitution requires us to cherish the interest of literature and the sciences and to provide for public schools. For 239 years, that fundamental right has been part of our social contract with the people of New Hampshire. At a minimum, we owe our schools the additional $537 million in base adequacy aid, not as a favor, not as a gift, as a constitutional requirement. Judge Ruoff wrote the legislature should have the final word, but the base adequacy cost can be no less than $7,356.01 per pupil per year. He's giving us the floor. He's inviting us to do better. SB 582 accepts that invitation. So let me tell you what the inadequate funding looks like on the ground. It looks like school districts forced to cut programs, lay off teachers, defer maintenance, and ask local property taxpayers to make up the difference. It looks like school boards making impossible choices. Do we fix the roof or hire a reading specialist? Do we update outdated textbooks or keep the music program? It looks like property tax bills that drive families out of their homes while we claim we're protecting the taxpayers. These are not the hallmarks of providing the best education we can for our students. So I ask you to consider the cost of not acting, the cost of undereducated students who aren't prepared for college or careers, the cost of businesses that can't find qualified workers, the cost of a generation of young people who leave New Hampshire because we fail to invest in their futures, the cost of crushing property tax burdens on homeowners and renters, and the cost of ignoring a court order inviting further litigation, and perhaps most importantly, the cost to our credibility. When we swear to uphold the Constitution, we don't get to pick the parts we follow based on political convenience. We don't get to say, oh, well, we can't afford constitutional compliance for public schools while we write blank checks for private school vouchers. The Senate President asked us to focus on the best education we can provide for our students. And I agree wholeheartedly, but our students means all the students, the 90% who attend public schools, the students in towns that can't afford to supplement inadequate state funding, The students whose property tax-paying parents are shouldering the burdens the state has refused to carry. SB 582 doesn't solve every problem in our education system, but it addresses a fundamental one. We are not meeting our constitutional obligation to fund adequate education. Judge Ruoff gave us a roadmap. School districts gave us the data, and educational experts gave us the testimony. And we've proven we can find money when we want to. We just did it for the vouchers. Now, it's our turn to act for the public schools that serve 90% of New Hampshire's students. Vote no on the inexpedient to legislate, because it's our constitutional duty to serve our students, all of them, in every town, in every district. They deserve the best public education we can provide. We found $113 million for vouchers. We can find the money in our next budget cycle. It's in the next budget cycle for our constitutional obligations. Thank you.
The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. I recognize Senator Gray for a question of.
The senator from District 24. Senator, you quoted Part 2, Article 83, but you didn't go to the next sentence. With the next sentence being, provided nevertheless that no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of schools or institutions of a religious sect or denomination. Doesn't that preclude us from raising taxes? So where are you going to get the money?
I'm sorry, Senator Gray, you just quoted the part of the Constitution that says we shouldn't be funding religious education. So I'm not.
This is the Constitution.
That's the part you read, but I'm not clear on the question. What's the question?
He asked the question.
I didn't hear, the question, perhaps you could rephrase, it does not make sense.
You may repeat the question.
You copy the Constitution as printed in the law books, and it says, provided nevertheless that no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of the schools or institutions of trade and, or maybe I think I messed that up, or institutions of any religious sect or denomination. How do you square how we're going to fund these schools using that part of the Constitution?
Well, thank you for rephrasing the question. I appreciate that. I think in my speech, I just outlined that since this body has chosen to fund religious education, even though we shouldn't be doing that according to the Constitution, we managed to come up with $113 million to do that. I think we can get creative in the next budget cycle to fund what we are constitutionally obligated to do, and what the Honorable David Ruoff wrote in his decision after a constitutional argument, that the current allotment per pupil is unconstitutional. Yeah.
Follow-up question, yes.
Sure.
Is there not a Supreme Court decision on Judge Ruoff's that changes when the state needs to meet that obligation?
The Supreme Court deferred it back to the Superior Court to meet this obligation. And as a matter of fact, I provided this testimony, and I'm happy to give this to you with the link to Judge Ruoff's decision. So I'm happy to provide that. I have the hyperlink right here.
Follow-up?
I think we have exhausted.
Do you have
I don't know where this
evidence
is
that
going,
a check from the state government has ever been given to a religious organizations for an affordable care? I mean, affordable education? Proof that a check was given to a person, or excuse me, a school instead of a person.
I'm sorry, has the state
Has-
paid for religious
You
education?
said that the state can't give money to a religious organization, and assume that the way you said it, that it is doing that. I would like proof that it's giving money to that religious organization and not to individuals to seek education benefits.
Okay, so I'm a little curious about the question, but as the chair of finance, I'm sure you're aware that
Rephrase.
the educational finance, am I asked a question? I'm just kind of,
Allow the senator to finish her answer, and then I'll recognize you.
okay, so,
Please continue, Senator.
right. We pull money out of the educational trust fund, and we have limited data that after it is given to this no-bid contract operator out of New York, they then subsequently spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on tuition to parochial and religious schools. Like, we know this. The DOE gives us this information. I don't think it's right. That's not the issue at hand in this bill. This bill is about raising the adequacy of public education students. I think we have done a whole lot for the parochial schools and the private schools, and we don't seem to have any qualms about, throwing money out left, right, and center to them. And the issue right now is we need to do better for the 90% of students who go to public schools.
Would you like to rephrase your question, Senator?
I think that we can probably save it for a floor speech, because I don't believe that I'm going to get an answer to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? I recognize Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I could give you many good reasons to oppose this bill. I could tell you that the Department of Education testified the bill would cost $538 million a year to start, plus increases every other year for adjustment. But the bill is completely silent on where that money comes from. It falls from the sky. Is it an income tax? Is it a sales tax? Is it a bigger property tax? Is there money trees that have sprouted on the State House lawn? This is $500 million that we do not have. It might as well be $500 billion. I have learned that there are unfortunately times when legislators file bills that are designed to fail, but they're filed anyway for the purpose of scoring political points with special interest groups, and the lack of any funding mechanism in this bill proves it is not serious legislation. I could tell you, Madam President, that we could meet the court order in Conval to the letter, but the result would be that some of the poorest towns in our state would actually get far less aid. I could argue that increased state funding of local schools would mean less local control. The state can't be on the hook for decisions made at the local level, and school boards should be careful what they wish for, because those that fund the schools will run the schools. I could point out the legislature has sent more money to schools every single year, even though enrollment is down 18% in the last 20 years. In fact, the state is spending more money now than ever to educate fewer students than schools have had in 3 generations. I could tell you that while the state is spending more money to educate fewer kids, the administration cost has grown to the point that New Hampshire now spends more money per pupil in admin cost than 48 other states. We spend $2,000 per student per year to push the paper. And all of those are perfectly valid and accurate reasons to oppose the bill. But the best reason to vote against this bill is the one you just heard for why we have to pass it. The argument we are legally obligated to pass it, that the Constitution requires it and we have no choice. None of that is true. And the pervasive belief that we have no choice but to follow the demands of the court isn't just wrong, it's dangerous. We each swore an oath to abide by and uphold the Constitution of this state. The same oath sworn by our state's judges. Our oath is no less serious and no less valid than theirs. We each have the right and obligation to examine our conscience reconcile it with this document, and vote accordingly. This obligation is just as sacred as those undertaken by those who sit on the bench. And I have read the various opinions of the judiciary. I have examined my conscience, and I have found, in my opinion, those documents are grossly incorrect, lacking in fact and reason. They ignore the plain meaning of the text in this document, and they are void of any understanding of history. Cherish does not mean fund. It has never meant fund. It's a ridiculous argument that only a lawyer would think to make and only other lawyers would choose to believe. It was not written for attorneys. This was written for craftsmen and farmers. It is a straightforward document written in plain English. It says what it means, and it means what it says. Only a collective exercise in wishful thinking could anyone pretend that Article 83 requires the state to fund education. Madam President, if Cherish meant fund in 1784, when the article was adopted, why didn't the state begin sending schools checks the next year? 1785, 1786, 1787. After all, the people who voted to adopt that language, they lived in towns, they had schools. Why weren't they screaming for their annual education state funding? Why did it take 2 centuries for anyone to make that argument? Are we really to believe that for 200 years there was this massive constitutional oversight and just now we've realized it and it's our job to fix it? That's absurd. Even more absurd, the actual language of Article 83 is that we are to cherish the interest of literature and the sciences in seminaries and public schools. If that obligates us to fully fund public schools, it obligates us to fund seminaries. When should we tell the Fairwood Bible Institute to expect their check? Why aren't we funding a league of authors and geologists, since we are equally obligated to cherish literature and the sciences? Again, the whole argument is ridiculous. It is a waste of this body's time to even ponder it. Article 83 was copied from the Massachusetts Constitution, written by John Adams, specifically placed not in the section of the Constitution that recognizes the rights of citizens, but rather in the section that describes the form of government. The purpose of the clause is to protect our participatory democracy as John Adams intended. Nothing in it obligates the state to pay anything. The plain truth is that the members of the High Court forgot their place in Claremont and in every related decision since. They legislated from the bench. They did our job, falling into the trap that has snared well-meaning judges from the beginning of the Republic. But it is we who are the elected representatives of the people. It is our role to decide the law. It is their role to enforce it. If judges wish to influence education funding and policy, they just have to step down from the bench, put their name on a ballot, and win the right to sit in these chairs. The courts are demanding that we increase spending by $500 million. But in order to spend more is in order to tax more. And Article 5 specifically reserves all decisions related to taxation to the legislature. No court can order us to raise taxes. We, the legislature, do not dance to their tune, and it is dangerous to this institution for any of us to believe that we should. Our votes are our own. The courts are attacking our very right to vote as our conscience demands. Madam President, I urge the members of this body to uphold their oaths to this document, protect the independence of the legislature, and respond to the meanderings with vehement indignation rather than acquiescent supplication. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Perkins-Coker, do you wish to speak, or a question?
I wish to raise a point of order, Madam President.
Yes.
This is the second week in a row that members of this body have used words like false and not true about other members' arguments on the floor. I know we have heated debate, I know we get passionate, but I think it's really important to remember these are true opinions and we're allowed to share them. That's our job here, and so I just wish we could respect that decorum on the floor.
Thank you, and so noted, and I would ask the body to please be a little careful in your speeches and respect the civility, the traditions of civility in this chamber. Thank you, Senator. Okay, We have the prevailing motion of inexpedient to legislate. You have, Senator Perkins Coca has a question of.
I do have a question. Thank you, Madam President. My colleague from District 24.
Okay.
Thank you for taking my question. Senator, does this bill create any new taxes or fees?
No, it does not.
Does any amount that we don't fund at the state level for the cost of local public education fall on the local property taxpayer?
Each and every time, yes.
Follow-up, I'm sorry, ma'am. I meant to ask that. Follow-up, if I may, another time. Would this bill help to ultimately take some burden off of our local taxpayers and potentially lower local property taxes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Would this bill ultimately help shift the burdens of local property taxpayers to potentially lower local property taxes?
Indeed, when the state doesn't fulfill its obligation to fund an adequate education, then local property taxpayers are then left to fill in the gap. And as a matter of fact, I went to my school district budget deliberative session last night, and we went line by line, item by item through the school budget and debated the school budget. And the glaring omissions out of that was, how much money we have to make up since the state is not fulfilling its obligations and not sending an adequate amount per pupil, and not enough for special education, and not meeting its responsibility for retirement costs. So all of those things combined get pushed right down onto the local taxpayers. We dealt with it last night. We'll be dealing with it in another district next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, the prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Sullivan has a question of.
Thank you, Madam President. Oops. I have a question of my colleague in District 16. Thank you for taking my question. You had stated in your speech, excellent, by the way,
Thank you.
that we have given more money back to the schools and to the districts than any time in history. To the best of your knowledge, has that money actually been used to reduce property taxes and the burden on our taxpayers?
In my experience, the answer is no.
Follow-up, please. Is it an absolute fact that if this bill passes, there is an immediate tax increase on every homeowner and property taxpayer in this state?
As it's written, there's no indication of where the money's to come from. So is it to come from property taxes? I believe the number I heard during the hearing was that we'd have to increase taxes by, I think, $3 per thousand on the statewide property tax to pay for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Prentice, no, you're not going to speak? Okay. Senator Perkins Coca, do you have another question?
I do, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
sure.
Of my colleague from District 24. Senator, we just heard reference to the fact that when money is sent back by the state to municipalities, that it doesn't serve to lower local property taxes. Are there questions and open debates about whether the state is sending enough money back to cities and towns for it to even make a difference?
Actually, yes, and you can look at it like this. If a child is starving and they're so hungry and you don't give them anything to eat, and then the next day they're still hungry and you give them a handful of goldfish crackers, you get to say, I've given you more than we've given before, but you still have a hungry kid. Just because you throw some crumbs off the king's table doesn't mean you have fed, and doesn't mean you have met your obligations. So, yay, we might have given a whole lot more than we've ever given before, but we haven't met our obligations yet.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Lang would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. The senator from District 16, great speech. I testified in the committee because this bill, again, $538 million in spending, which completely ignores another part of our Constitution that says our budget has to be balanced. There is no balance in this bill. Nowhere in this bill is there balance. It spends $538 million with no consequence where it is. And even if we were to repeal school choice and take away the EFAs, $50 million, you're still $480 million short. Where's it coming from? This bill ignores, and the conversation around education, the Supreme Court decision around education ignores all other spending we do on education. The whole point of the Department of Education is to provide an adequate education for all children in New Hampshire. All spending out of the Department of Education is to provide an adequate education. The court ignored that. They ignored almost a third or three-quarters of the spending. In the Department of Education, building aid, adequacy aid, free and reduced aid, special education aid, all ignored. All spending in the Department of Education is adequacy aid. We're meeting our requirement, and by passing this bill, I'd argue we're being unconstitutional by providing a spending bill without a revenue bill to offset it. We regularly pass bills without knowing where the funding is, and I get that. I had one that was a $1.2 million bill, but I fully know it's going to go to finance, and I'm hoping that at the end of the year we might have $1.2 million in the positive that we might prioritize that spending for. Unless the senator from District 24 is saying we're going to have $538 million in surplus at the end of this year, this bill is unconstitutional. It'll immediately create an imbalance in our spending and force us into more taxation, which again, I don't believe the court can do if that's what we're trying to do. So I'd urge you to support the inexpedient to legislate and vote down this bill.
Thank you. Again, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Altschiller, you have a question of?
Thank you, Madam President. My colleague from District, I think I counted right, 16, if he'll take a question?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Based on the speech you just gave, are you suggesting that public schools should not be properly funded?
No. I am suggesting that it is the purview of the legislature to decide what is and is not an appropriate amount of money sent to public schools.
May I follow up? Thank you. Based on the speech you gave, are you suggesting that this legislature should just ignore court orders, that it doesn't matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Gray, I have you listed as wishing to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. Certainly, in the published versions of the Constitution, Article 83, Part 2 of the Constitution, there is a problem with some of the printings that has an or an of in that part of the Constitution that talks about, nevertheless, taxation money can't be used for schools, and then here's where it comes, or of institutions, etc. I think that needs, right now, when it was researched, the or is the thing that goes in there. So if I have a plain reading of the Constitution, I can't spend money raised through taxes for schools, whether they're, no matter what kind of schools, including schools that have an affiliation with some denomination. We made sure that when we did family-friendly education acts, that the money was going to the person, not to a religious organization. We've heard today that some believe that's not the truth. But we don't give that money to schools. We give it to the individual. Money that's in the Education Trust Fund. Where does that money come from mostly? Comes from lottery sales, comes from liquor sales, comes from a lot of different things that aren't necessarily taxes. In this interpretation, with the or in there, are we doing the right thing? We need to look at this. We need to vote this bill down and look at this throughout the rest of this session, and after we're replaced by whomever needs to look at this and find out what the Constitution is really telling us to do. There is nowhere in the Constitution that says the state must pay. There is in the Constitution, you can't use tax dollars. It says it. Article 83, Part 2. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins Cogan has a question of?
Yeah, one more question for my colleague from District 24, if she'll take it.
Yes.
Thank you for
Yes, I
taking
will.
my question. We've heard a lot of numbers thrown around this chamber today, which of course, you know, to some degree represent conjecture, but whatever the number is, ultimately, the number represents dollars that would be spent on education. Is that amount of money being spent on public education anyway, and who's paying it?
We are not spending our money entirely on public education. We're siphoning it off into a lot of other places, and who pays it is us. I pay it, you pay it, my neighbor pays it, everybody at my school district meeting last night pays it. We all pay it. And despite, you know, the warnings of the coming financial apocalypse, this body was able to find a whole bunch of money for vouchers to give out cash benefits so people could buy ski passes. And I'm asking through this Senate Bill 582 that we do the constitutionally appropriate thing and actually not dismiss an entire part of of the judiciary as not knowing their own job, and that we fund our public education to adequacy. And I feel like it's in some kind of a mirror world, we're asking for just over $7,000 per child for the 90% of the kids who attend public schools. Shouldn't be a huge ask. Just over $7,000 for 90% of the kids who go to public schools? Why? Why is that such a big ask? And they're not getting equestrian lessons. They're not getting ski passes. They just want to do science experiments. They want to play soccer at school. They want to learn how to read. And we need to fund our public schools where 90% of the kids go at a bare minimum, basic adequacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Again, I will caution the body about the use of words, ascribing words and how people talk to each other, whether or not they're being honest or using conjectures. If we're going to be equal on this, then I think both sides have to use caution in how they address the other side. Okay, Senator Rochford has a question for?
Senator from District 2.
Yes.
I probably could have just leaned over and asked you. So we're talking about a big number here, and a $500 million. And you mentioned something I just wanted to, if you could explain to me a little bit more, the funding source. So where would this money come from?
Great. Thank you for the question, Senator. So we have one tax that goes 100% to education, the statewide education property tax. It's the one tax, property tax, goes to every citizen, every business. To raise $538 million from our one source of 100% taxation towards schools, you would have to raise the statewide education property tax by $1.80 per thousand, bringing it from what it is now at $1.22 to over $3 per thousand on every household and every business. And I guess I just find that, in this time where everybody's screaming out the property tax, raising $500 million via the one tax we have that's for education, probably not a really good idea.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Sullivan has a question for.
Thank you, Madam President. I sit in the hot seat today. I have a question for my colleague in District 2. Thank you for taking my question. Under the, we're trying to be honest and transparent in these chambers today. I've gone to great lengths in the past to explain the difference between education freedom accounts and vouchers. Could you answer the question once and for all? Do we have vouchers in this state?
We do not have vouchers in this state. So a voucher would generally be issued directly. Here's your $5,000. Go spend it on your kid however you want. That's a voucher, right? We don't do that. We reimburse for expenses after the education has been done, after they've spent the money.
Follow up, please. Thank you. So then would it be adequate, would it be correct to say that no parents receive a cash benefit from the education freedom accounts?
Absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I thought you wanted to speak, that's all. I just looked over. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Birdsall wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish I had $500 million. We do not have $500 million. We are already spending $1.1 billion on this year on adequacy, not including the $1 billion from last year. Plus, we're paying transportation, building aid, special ed, and we doubled the rooms and meals revenues to cities and towns. This bill does not include a single dollar to pay for that $500 million increase. Maybe we could replace targeted aid with a higher base adequacy. Okay. However, Ruhoff never included in his back of the napkin budgeting transportation, building aid, special education, or anything additional. That would mean, if we're just paying adequacy, $7.4 million cut for Claremont, a $15 million cut for Nashua, $42 million less for Manchester, and $1.7 million less for Rye and for Somersworth. Do you want an income tax? Do you want a sales tax? Or do you want to cut funding for towns that receive this targeted aid, special ed, and free and reduced lunches for eligible families? This legislature passed a budget that sends more money to New Hampshire schools than ever before, proposing $500 million increase in state spending without saying how you're going to pay for it is the definition of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator. Okay, the prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion?
Roll call.
Okay, roll call has been requested by Senator Murphy, seconded by Senator Avard. The Senate will be, okay. Oh.
Got 3 of them.
A roll call has been requested by Senator Murphy, seconded by Senator Avard. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGee.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 584FN, an act increasing the amount of funding provided for students receiving special education services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 584 inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 584 increases the amount of funding provided for students receiving special ed services from $2,100 per pupil to $16,000 per pupil. During the hearing, the Department of Education estimated that the cost of the bill would be $450 million to the Education Trust Fund, again, with no funding mechanism specified. I could have given the entire speech again, but much of it applies. For this reason, the Education Finance Committee recommends inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 584. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The current motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. I rise in opposition of the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Since we've just had a really robust discussion that we're going to kind of be on the same track here, I'm not going to repeat some of the things that have already been said, and feel free to ask some of the questions of me that you asked of my colleagues or back and forth. That's fine. But I do want to share a few things. Let's just share a few things here. Number one, I am an elected representative. 15 communities within my district have sent me here to represent their interests on a number of issues. Okay? These same communities have asked me, when are you going to get serious about this? When are you going to do something? Because whether we agree with the courts or not, this is a 30-year-old discussion. Okay? So something has got to change. If the roof on your house needs to be repaired, and you put it off, and you put it off, and you put it off, when it starts to leak through the ceiling, it's going to cost you more to fix it. I mean, that is the place that we're in. These are, as my colleague from District 16 brought up, these are, we're looking at what the Department of Education brought forward based on the amount of special education aid that I am proposing here, which does not make 100% of the cost, only takes us a little bit closer or more aligns us. It is a serious amount of money, and it is a serious discussion. But this is one that I've been sent here to have, and I believe that we've all been sent here to have on behalf of the children in our communities. Special education, in particular, is a major driver of the cost of education locally. We have federal requirements, okay, and that we have to follow. Okay? We have some state requirements that we have to follow as well. But the federal government is, they're covering 6% of these costs, where the state covers right now somewhere around 11% of these costs. This leaves us in the high 80s of special education funding that is not covered. Now, this bill in itself does talk, and my comments are also surround our constitutional obligations. I'm not going to shy away from that. But this includes when the courts, whether you agree with their decisions or not, laid out adequate education. It also includes special education funding. So that is an obligation that I'm speaking to today. Senate Bill 584 says, again, we have a duty to fund adequate education, and it rests with the state, not the local school districts. I think it might be unfair to use the term litigate this because I'm not a lawyer, but we've litigated this somewhat. We can talk about this some more. Special education is not optional. We have children in our communities, children that we know, and maybe some of us as children actually used special education services. So being able to fund them at $16,000, which is not 100% of the cost, versus $2,100 shows that we're serious about addressing this very specific need with, and actually having this conversation. That's my argument. That's part of my argument. $2,100, $16,000. So Senate Bill 584, it moves us closer, but not to 100%. It is aimed, obviously, at reducing costs locally, which should translate into reducing property taxes. We all hear about that. We all want to see it. But if you haven't fixed it for 30 years, it's going to cost more. And if you remember the discussion from last week, and respectfully, I talked about 15 years. We did not do revenue sharing for meals and rooms taxes. What did the cities and towns do in that period of time? How about the downshifting of costs from the retirement system from the state to the local governments? What did the cities and towns do? They made do with what they had. But now that we've restored some of those, we have an opportunity here or into the future to have a serious discussion on how to fix this problem on behalf of our children. So 584 does not assert that the state should cover 100% of special education costs. It does not contradict any existing court rulings. Instead, it acknowledges the current funding levels are not in step with what the real needs are locally. This is a good faith effort to align with the actual educational needs. This is recognition of the chronic underfunding of special education, and it's a step towards equality. And I'll close by saying, well, I'm going to say two things in closing. One is 584 doesn't expand the state's constitutional duty. It responds to it by bringing special education funding closer to what an adequate education actually costs. That's one. And number two is, no, I don't have an appropriation on here, and this is a serious effort to have a serious conversation that we all know is out there and long overdue. But when we want to spend money, when we want to fund programs, we find a way to do it. We find a way to deal with things in our family budgets, in our community budgets, and here in the state budget. So I'm asking for a serious conversation. I'm asking for a change in recognizing that $2,100 is not enough per child to cover special education services. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Madam President. I also rise to oppose the ideal motion on this bill that would raise the state's contribution for special education costs. And I'm mindful that just a month ago, we were in this chamber celebrating the 250th birthday of our state's Constitution. And here we are today ignoring a constitutional ruling. We've been told by our Supreme Court that our level of funding for public education is constitutionally inadequate. And as you said just last week, Madam President, and I loved that you said it, let's keep our focus on the students, on the kids. What concerns me perhaps the most about this situation is that there are a lot of us in this chamber that apparently believe we can just ignore a court ruling if we don't like it. However, we don't always ignore court rulings on constitutionality, even when they do cost us money. So, for example, several years ago, the state was told by the federal district court that ER boarding for weeks at a time of individuals needing an emergency psychiatric bed was unconstitutional. The judge up the street directed the state to transfer involuntary emergency admission patients to a designated receiving facility or New Hampshire hospital within 6 hours. 6 hours. And we were given 4 months to comply with that order. We didn't get it done within 4 months, and we don't get it done within 6 hours. But we did increase our psychiatric emergency infrastructure so that there have been days with no wait list for an emergency psychiatric bed. And we've spent tens of millions of dollars on that infrastructure to to comply with that order. So why do we think we can ignore some court rulings and not others when they all cost money? Should we not care as much about children with special needs and the property taxpayers who have to foot the bill when the state shirks its obligations to educate these children, as we do about people in a mental health crisis? Our job here is not to interpret the Constitution. That's the role of the courts. When they tell us we're violating the Constitution, we need to listen and we need to take action. And we need to remember that our focus should be on the students, including those with special needs. Please vote to overturn the ITL so that we stop violating our own Constitution. Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to ask for a roll call before Senator Avar does.
I'll second that. Senator Altschiller has seconded. Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. So to get to $16,000 per student, it's an average. But we also know that the big issue in our school districts are that one student that moves in that costs $300,000, $500,000 that we're now obligated through special education to fund. So to do that, when you take that student and you take someone with a simple IEP that just needs extra time for homework, right? That doesn't cost $16,000. So how we get there is with an average. But we did address last term, or last year, this issue of these high-cost students, special education students. I sponsored a bill because some of you may remember last term, in I think it was Hudson or Pelham, I don't remember which town over there, they had a couple students move in, and it created a catastrophic event on their budget, and they had to go get a supplemental appropriation. And so that made me come in and think about how we deal with special education, especially these high-cost students. At that time, we were budgeting a fixed amount, and then it was ratioed back to towns based on the amount we fixed in the budget. So I put a bill in that said from now on is that as long as there's money in the Education Trust Fund, irrespective of how much we budget, we will take money from the Education Trust Fund to pay for these high-cost special ed students, which would drive the average way down if we're dealing with it on the state side. So again, that law just went into effect. The governor just signed it this summer, I think it was. So how about we pause? We know that these high-cost students are going to be taken care of through the law that was just passed and not create a $400 million budget hole in our future budgets. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Senator Gray, would you like to speak?
I can, Madam Chair and Madam President. Again, this isn't the time to try and do funding. The time to do funding is when we do the budget. We have not heard anywhere where this money is going to come from. I've told you about the or controversy in some of the documents that are printed, but when we go back and research it, the word or is the one that's there. The one that was passed into the Constitution. Where am I going to get the money? If I can't use tax dollars, and that's the plain reading of the Constitution, where's it going to come from? How about if we have tariffs for any goods coming in or out of New Hampshire? What do you think? Huh? Can we do that? Oh, well, gee, that's probably taxation too. Can't do that. Everybody that comes into the state must buy a lottery ticket. How about that one? Oh, 2 lottery tickets. Okay? Or you got to buy a bottle of booze, you know, because we'll make money that's not taxation there. The court order, and I sent back a letter to a constituent that talked about this funding? And why aren't we doing it? And I said, well, the Supreme Court ruling said you don't have to do it right now. Did not set a date when we have to meet the other provisions. And I believe that we do need an answer whether or not some of these decisions from the Supreme Court relied on that or. Because it makes a big difference. A big difference. And we need to settle that. So unless you can tell me where that money's coming from and that it would be constitutional to use that money, I have no choice but to vote inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Senator. The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Altshuler. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The motion of inexpedient to legislate, oh no, is adopted. Okay, sorry. It's been a long day today already.
I think you said.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, Senate Bill 463 FN, an act relative to possession of firearms in safe school zones. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 463 inexpedient to legislate. SB 463 would prohibit the carrying of firearms in, quote, safe school zones. Individuals intent on committing violence in schools are already willing to violate the most serious criminal laws on the books. The committee does not share the belief that criminals will be deterred by a Class A misdemeanor by merely possessing a firearm on school property. The people most likely to be impacted by this bill are not criminals. They are law-abiding citizens who may unknowingly pass through a school zone, parents navigating complicated rules while dropping off children, or school staff placed in legally ambiguous situations. I respectfully ask that you join the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting SB 463 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President. If I may speak further.
You may speak, Senator.
Thank you again, Madam President. Although while the stated goal of Senate Bill 463 surrounds the issue of school safety, the bill ultimately relies more on symbolic restrictions rather than a proven effective measure of keeping schools safe. The question before us is not whether schools should be safe, but whether Senate Bill 463 actually advances that goal. Unfortunately, this prohibition does not address any real threats against the school. Senate Bill 463 would primarily impact law-abiding citizens. Individuals who intend to commit violent crimes at a school are already violating the law, and they are certainly not going to be deterred by the fact they may be charged with a Class A misdemeanor if they're going there with the intention to commit a felony in the first place. This bill does not address those actors, but it does place their new legal risks, legal penalties on parents, staff, and members of the public who have no harmful intent whatsoever. But also, some interpret this bill, when you look at what is a safe school zone, where does that apply to? Bus stops, You can be driving by a bus stop, and you would be violating this law. You would become a criminal by simply driving by. If you live on a dead-end street and are forced to drive by a bus stop, good luck. We heard testimony about if someone were to display a firearm at a school, there would be no consequence. That is not a correct application of the law. The mere act of displaying a firearm in and of itself, without taking into consideration any other circumstances, doesn't amount to a crime, but the law takes into consideration all the surrounding circumstances. And if a person were to display a firearm, knowing that it would cause some sort of panic, it actually already is a crime. So I ask, what does this bill actually do to keep schools safe? And I don't understand that it does. I don't believe that it does. And for that reason, I think we should find this bill inexpedient to legislate so we don't have law-abiding citizens, the ones that get charged with crimes, because that's what this bill would apply to. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 463. Senator Fenton is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak against the ITL motion on Senate Bill 463. This bill asks a straightforward question. What clarity do we owe our schools and parents when it comes to firearms on campus? This bill does not ban gun ownership. It does not limit the Second Amendment. It does not interfere with lawful defense. What this bill does is draw a clear, common-sense boundary around school buildings when something is wrong. Everyone knows it immediately, and law enforcement can act without hesitation. Right now, under current law, any adult can carry a firearm into a school, and teachers and staff are left guessing. Is this lawful? Is this a threat? Do we lock down? Do we wait? That uncertainty is not theoretical. It is real, and it is dangerous. Across this country this past year, there have been hundreds of shootings in K-12 schools. Those are not abstract numbers. Those are classrooms and hallways and cafeterias that look exactly like ours. This bill recognizes what we already accept elsewhere. Some places require heightened clarity. Courthouses do, certain government buildings do, but schools filled with children allow guns in them. In a couple of years, my oldest will be in 5th grade, and my middle child will be in 3rd grade, and my sweet Emmeline's going to be in kindergarten. So my whole world will be in that one building, in that one elementary school. And as a father, you're not supposed to ask for help protecting your kids. It's kind of taboo, right? We're the father, we're the figure of the family. But I can't do this without you, just like I would protect any one of your kids. I would run through a wall to protect children. Like many parents, I'm already having conversations I never imagined that I thought I would be having. I explain lockdown drills. I explain why they might need to run and hide, to stay quiet if you hear loud noises, listen carefully. And then I'm forced to explain something that makes no sense to a child or a parent, that the person with a gun in their school might be allowed to be there. So if you see someone with a gun, maybe run, maybe wait to see if they start shooting. Our governor today talked about protecting our children. We banned cell phones in schools before we were even considering banning guns in schools. This bill addresses that insanity. It removes ambiguity, it gives teachers and administration clarity, it allows law enforcement to treat a firearm in a school as an immediate concern, not a judgment call. Without this bill, we are asking our educators to make impossible decisions in moments of panic. What we're teaching our children matters. If we vote this down, we're choosing to teach them how to hide instead of choosing to keep them safe. We are choosing confusion over clarity and reaction over prevention. I want to be clear about who I am. I've testified on this bill. I've talked about it a lot, as I always have. I'm a gun owner. I believe in the Second Amendment. No one's coming to take my guns. I respect responsible firearm ownership. And I'm a father. And those truths are not in conflict with one another. There is no legitimate reason for someone to carry a firearm inside a school building. And that is not symbolic, okay? This is not about politics. It's about responsibility and whether we are willing to draw a clear line when a child's safety is at risk. Families across New Hampshire are counting on us to get this right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. Senator Sullivan, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for my colleague in District 22. Thank you for taking my question. We just heard that there's nothing in this bill that restricts lawful defense. But isn't it true if you cannot carry a firearm, that restricts lawful defense?
It does, and there's also nothing in the bill that actually addresses school safety, like perhaps, there's nothing that would involve, working with law enforcement to keep schools safe. There's nothing about extra security of the building. It does not do anything to address someone who goes to the school that wants to commit, a violent crime when they go there. It doesn't do any of that.
Follow up, please. Thank you. Would you believe that as a mother, I used to carry concealed when I was at school with my kids because I taught an after-school program. We were often the last people there, and I was often the last person to leave the building.
I would believe that, and I would also believe the mere fact that you are carrying a firearm, especially not displaying it, you pose no threat to anyone in the building.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Pending motion is an expedient to legislate on Senate Bill 463. Recognize Senator Altshuler to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in opposition to the ITL motion on Senate Bill 463 and find it deeply disappointing how stagnant our progress has been in working to prevent the scourge of school violence. We've heard that this bill is unnecessary because guns are banned in schools already, but if you're licensed, however, you're exempt. And actually, it's just students who can't bring guns to school, not adults. Further, New Hampshire law requires that local resources are not used to enforce federal gun laws. It's wrong, legally and morally, to hide behind existing federal law to say that we shouldn't take this policy up as a state. As the senator from District 10 already said, the existing law and the ambiguities it creates hamper threat detection and threat response before it's too late. 2 years ago, on a Wednesday in April, at 11:10 in the morning, 25-year-old Kyle Hendrickson recorded and posted a video of himself in the Portsmouth High School parking lot, holding up a handgun, threatening to shoot up the school. What was later discovered by police was an RG-15 assault rifle, a shotgun, a red dot sight, body armor, and more than enough ammunition to make good on the threat. What was legal in that situation was Hendrickson having an arsenal in his vehicle at the Portsmouth Public High School. What was illegal was the threat. Anyone considers that okay to bring firearms to a school like that still boggles the mind. It's naive to think that this simple policy step is a step too far. It is just a small step towards preventing tragedy. Last February, a man had his 9mm confiscated at the Lebanon Municipal Airport. That same gun would have been A-okay on the same guy at the Mount Lebanon Elementary School. You know where else you can't bring a gun and no one is advocating to bring them there? A courthouse. So why is it the official Senate position that you can bring a gun to a schoolhouse? This is so wrong, and we can and must do better. Hundreds and hundreds of constituents signed in support of this bill, compared to the 36 who opposed it. I ask you to vote down the ITL motion and do the bare minimum. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking for a roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion? Senator Birdsall for a question.
Question of the good senator from District 22. So, Senator, my understanding is in this particular bill is if a hockey team, let's say, rents out a hockey rink or a rink, ice rink, would that be considered also in violation of this?
That's correct. You could be at, let's say, any hockey arena that's rented out by a high school team. You might not even know that they're going to come there, but the mere fact that there's going to be an event there, or the school's doing one there, and they rented it out, you would be violating the law.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Lang for a question.
I'm the senator from District 22. Thank you for taking my question. I guess my question is the logic behind this bill that someone who's going to commit a felony would be stopped because they're going to be charged with a misdemeanor?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? The pending motion is the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient legislate on Senate Bill 463. Senator Altshuler asked for a roll call. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Senator Abbas. Ready for the question?
We need to get everybody in. Need Senator Carson. Is she not?
Let's wait for Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 463. Roll call has been seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you. Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Murphy.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. And the motion of inexpedient legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 555FN, an act relative to critical risk protection orders. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate. By a vote of 3 to 2, Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 555FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill establishes a procedure for issuing critical risk protection orders to protect against persons who pose an immediate risk of harm to themselves or others. The bill treats a fundamental constitutional right as a revocable privilege rather than a protected liberty. Under the bill, the court shall order the surrender of firearms, but only may order a mental health evaluation, making the loss of rights mandatory while treatment remains optional. It prioritizes disarmament over meaningful intervention for individuals experiencing a serious mental health crisis. Lastly, it creates the possibility that an individual could be charged with a felony simply for choosing not to voluntarily comply with these risk protection orders. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, excuse me, I think I forgot to say it by now, in voting SB 555 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may speak further.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, many people want to feel safer in the communities, but to oppose Senate Bill 555, a bill that would fundamentally change how we treat individual rights, due process, and property ownership in New Hampshire. At the heart, Senate Bill 555 is well intended, but this results in a serious infringement on our core liberty and sets a dangerous precedent. This order is issued before the respondent ever appears in court. Now, we all want to reduce tragedy and prevent harm, but in a free society, the way we do it actually matters. This bill would allow an order to be issued before you don't even know that you've been now ordered to surrender your property, something that you own. and it's been taken away from you before you ever step in a courtroom. And a lot of people like to try to draw a parallel with a domestic violence restraining order. That is a completely different circumstance. In that circumstance, a domestic violence situation, a person has already suffered abuse, and the point of the order is to protect them from suffering abuse in the future, and it impacts the person who abused them. This is trying to prevent something that is based on hearsay evidence. They don't follow the traditional rules of evidence, and to get your firearms back is not as absolute as you think. Although in this bill, it clearly states that you would be entered into a NICS database upon the order being issued, the bill actually lacks details on how you're removed from the NICS database. I've seen this bill every year I've been elected, whether it's the chamber next to us or in this chamber, I've seen this bill. And that detail is important, because when you lose a property right, Second Amendment aside, you own something, it's yours. The order that was issued against you taking what is yours away is now gone. It should be very clear and detailed on how you get that property back, not just in the court, but if you're going to remain in the NICS database, it should clearly state how you're removed. And I don't believe that this bill satisfies that. I would also point out the evidentiary standards that are applied are very low. And when you have low evidentiary standards and you're relying on hearsay evidence, which the court would be allowed to do, when you're not even there, this is what can happen. It's a due process issue. But what really always sticks out to me is this is asking the court to make a finding of fact that a person is suicidal, yet does not meaningfully address the mental health crisis that person is going through. The court just made this finding. That's the finding of fact they made. You weren't there when they made it. In about 7 days, give or take, you now have your day in court. After that hearing, if the order is extended, the court may, at their discretion, order a mental health evaluation. It doesn't really say when that evaluation is going to happen. It can be a month goes by. Meanwhile, it does nothing to address their mental health crisis in the immediate. If you think someone's going to harm themselves, all this does is disarm them. It does nothing else beyond that. It doesn't, and we've seen this time and time again. What does this do to address the mental health crisis that they're going through? It certainly doesn't seem like the biggest priority of this bill. It doesn't address it at all. So for that reason, please support the committee's recommendation inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abb. A spending motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 555. Is there further discussion? Senator Altschiller, recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The majority of the Judiciary Committee has recommended that we kill this bill. 3 votes to 2, inexpedient to legislate. Should you choose to support that recommendation, understand that it is a vote to keep Granite State families helpless. In November of 2023, John Medore walked into New Hampshire Hospital and murdered Bradley Haas, a former police chief, father, doing his job protecting people in crisis. We know now that Medore's psychiatric evaluations warned that he was, quote, not being optimally treated and that his, quote, risk for dangerousness was increasing. His own father told investigators John believed providers were trying to harvest his organs. The warning signs were everywhere, and we had no tool to act. In October of 2025, Cindy Moody and her daughter, Crystal Moody of Bath, were murdered with gunshots to the chest, shot to death by Cindy's brother-in-law, Charles Reedy. He told police that he had been feeling suicidal. Bath Police Chief Todd Eck said in an affidavit that he, quote, had previous interactions with the family and was familiar with Reedy, and the situation had grown tense over the last year. A man struggling with suicidal ideation, living in a home with high tensions and ready access to a firearm. A deadly and sadly not uncommon combination, The warning signs were all over, and we had no tool to act. Last August, less than 6 months ago in Madbury, Emily Long shot her husband Ryan, a beloved school psychologist who spent 9 years helping children in crisis. Then Emily walked to her children's rooms, 8-year-old Parker, 6-year-old Ryan Jr., and Emily shot each child once in the head before turning the gun on herself. Their 3-year-old brother survived physically unharmed but orphaned. Emily had been posting videos about her mental health struggle for weeks. Community members saw it, friends saw it, the warning signs were everywhere, and we had no tool to act. Let me tell you about George Tilton from my district, Exeter. Hospitalized 3 times for suicidal ideation. He had never fired a gun in his life. Wasn't interested in hunting or marksmanship. He obtained his firearm for one reason, to ensure that if he attempted suicide, he would be successful. After his first handgun purchase, through an absolute stroke of luck, George's family, with the help of an incredibly empathetic and very patient pair of Exeter police, George was coaxed into relinquishing his handgun that he had purposefully hidden in his glove compartment because he had ideas of suicide. Then months passed, and despite having ample access to other means to do himself harm, George never used them. He waited. He quietly bought a second handgun, and 3 weeks later fired it for the very first time. It was his last action on this earth. He was 23 years old. When someone uses a firearm in a suicide attempt, it is lethal 90% of the time. 90% of people who survive suicide attempts don't go on to die by suicide. The method determines whether someone gets a second chance. So we've heard the arguments. Suicidal people will find a way. There's 512 million guns in America, so this is futile. But by the logic that we hear like that, why don't we just repeal every law we have? Why bother having restraining orders if someone's just going to show up anyway? Why have drunk driving laws if people are just going to drink anyway? Why bother with child protection laws if people are just going to abuse their kids anyway? That's nihilism disguised as policy. If we truly believe the state has no obligation to give citizens tools to protect themselves and their families, then what are we doing here? We don't pass laws because they're perfect and they address every single aspect of an issue. We pass them because they're necessary and they help, because doing something is better than continuously telling families there's nothing we can do. So here's what Senate Bill 555 actually does. It allows family members and law enforcement to petition a court when they see a pattern of dangerous behavior. It requires a hearing, due process, evidence, judicial oversight. It temporarily restricts firearm access while someone gets help. Not permanently, not forever, temporarily. A speed bump between crisis and catastrophe. 22 states and the District of Columbia have enacted similar laws, and they've been held up as constitutional. Maine's strengthened law goes into effect this month. The people of Maine didn't wait for another preventable massacre like Lewiston to devastate another community before they took action. The warning signs were there. 6 months before killing 18 people in Lewiston, the shooter's son reported his dad's paranoia to the police. 4 months before, he had been hospitalized. And 1 month before that, his family had contacted law enforcement. Had that happened here in New Hampshire, we would have the exact same result, nothing but carnage. Between 2020 and 2024, gun violence claimed 750 and 22 Granite Staters by suicide, and 84 by homicide. 722 suicides. I believe some of you will vote no because you've made a political calculation. I understand that. But I'm asking you to think about the next tragedy, because it's coming. Right now, somewhere in New Hampshire, someone is in crisis. Their family sees it. Their community sees it. Their local police department sees it. The signs are there. And there will be another tragedy. And when it happens, we'll hold press conferences, we'll say we're heartbroken, we'll send out more thoughts and prayers, and someone's going to ask us in our districts, was there anything that could have been done? Yes, there was. This bill, Senate Bill 555, supported by the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society, supported by NAMI New Hampshire, supported by 75% of Granite Staters in a UNH poll. But the Senate voted it down. The Senate chose to do nothing. But it doesn't have to be like that. 13 of us need to stand up today. 13 senators need to say, not on my watch, not in my state. 13 senators willing to say that New Hampshire families matter more than a political calculation. To those who fear that this won't work, what's your alternative? Because doing nothing isn't a plan, it's an abdication. To those who fear government overreach,
the speaker has attributed motives to certain statements or certain actions that haven't even happened yet. And personally, I take offense to that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Taken, the body is reminded, please do not impugn the motives or sincerity of any member in the body. Senator may continue.
thank you, Mr. President. To those who fear government overreach, is it overreach to give families a legal pathway with full due process to intervene in a crisis? Or is it compassionate governance? To those who may have made a political commitment, at what cost? How many more funerals are worth that kind of consistency? George Tilton was 23 years old. Bradley Haas, father, former police chief. Ryan Long, dedicated school psychologist and dad. Parker Long, 8 years old. Ryan Long Jr., 6 years old. Emily Long was a mother in crisis who needed help and never got it. Say their names and then vote. Vote for the families who will face a crisis tomorrow. Vote for the tool they need. Vote to overturn this inexpedient to legislate. And then vote in favor of Senate Bill 555. Not because it's easy, not because it's politically safe, but because it's right. Because we have the honor and the privilege to sit in this chamber charged with protecting and serving the people of New Hampshire. And they're dying while we debate. No more.
Thank you, Senator. The pending motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 555. Senator Gannon, you're recognized.
Question of my friend from 23, if he'll take the question.
Senator 22.
I'm sorry, 22.
Senator Abbas.
I was so enthralled in the speech, or I'll ask myself a question. Senator, thank you for taking my question. The warrant language bothered me on page 2, it's line 16, the word belief. It seems very low that someone who, a wife, an ex-wife, a relative I don't get along with, this belief being enough of a right to take away someone's gun. Do you have any thoughts on that low standard to take someone's Second Amendment right away?
Well, with a warrant, thank you for the question. A warrant, the Fourth Amendment uses the word probable cause. Sometimes the word belief may appear in some statutory language, but if if that warrant's ever going to hold up, it better meet the probable cause standard. But what's concerning about the warrant language, and on page 7, it actually says the court can issue a warrant despite no one applying for it. Now, that's not the same as a bench warrant when someone doesn't appear when they're summoned. It says basically any sworn testimony, a sworn statement from any person alleging that the person didn't comply with the order, the court's going to issue a warrant for their arrest if they find probable cause. It actually does use probable cause there, so it's kind of all over the place with the warrant standard, and it's concerning to see this many legal errors or drafting flaws in a bill that I think this is maybe the 4th time I've seen legislation like this in my 7 years of being an elected official. And I pointed that out then, I pointed out today.
Follow up.
Are you familiar with the survey? I wasn't, that Senator from 24 mentioned.
The member didn't cite the exact survey, but what I always ask about the survey is, out of the 75% of the people, how many of those people actually read the Senate bill? And that's not the information I have, because I think when you go through some of the process here, people really understand some of the problems this bill creates, and we have to do this the right way. This again, creates a lot of procedural problems. I think the Nix language is concerning. I think there's a due process issue, whether there's fundamental fairness in the hearings. I don't believe all those are addressed in the survey.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Pending motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Lang, recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So some of you know I spent a few years from 1983 to 1995 wearing a badge and enforcing our laws both in the state of New Hampshire as well as the state of Alaska. In doing that, I've served hundreds of domestic violence petitions and restraining orders. I've dozens of times involuntary emergency admitted people who are mentally unstable and a danger to themselves or others. And in almost all of those cases, I had the absolute right, wearing a badge, to take that person's guns away. This is 30 years ago, I hate to age myself, maybe 40 years ago, that we could do that then, and they can still do it now. If a person is a danger to himself and others, a law enforcement officer can't walk away once they've made that determination. I can't tell you how many welfare checks I went on where a parent or a child to their elderly parent said, could you go check on my mom, right? She's not responding well. And I would go, and we would have to go. And if we felt, while we were standing there, that yes, this person has a problem, we can't walk away until we got help. And in some cases, that was involuntary emergency admissions. I think a point that the senator from District 13 brought up earlier about our federal court order and making sure that IEAs happen in a timely fashion. It can already happen now. But the mechanical problems with this bill, the word access to is a dangerous set of words in here. Because what it means is that, God forbid, something happens between my daughter and her fiance, and they don't live with me, but they both have rights to just walk in my house. I have guns, they have guns, so the cop takes their guns, but because of this provision, now the cop can walk into my house and take my guns, and I didn't do anything wrong. The word access to is a severe mechanical deficiency in this bill, because it opens it up to you just have to know somebody and have access to their house, and they can come and take your guns. Whereas the current restraining order laws and the domestic violence petition laws and the domestic IEP laws, or IEA laws, restrain it to the person involved. And I think the current set of laws we have are more than enough to satisfy. Marisol would not have happened if police had followed procedure. You're not going to fix that with a law. They just need to do their job. And it was an oversight for whatever reason, but again, didn't need a law to do it. If they had done what they were supposed to do, it would have never happened. So again, I'm going to support the inexpedient to legislate because of the mechanical defects within the bill, as well as the fact that I know that the current laws already support exactly what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Senator Avard, recognized for a question.
Yes, 22, please. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Just to clarify, if I heard you correctly, if somebody wants to falsely accuse somebody of a mental illness, this bill would not do anything to protect their personal rights. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. You know, in fairness to the legislation, it does make it a crime to file a false report, but that would be something that the county attorney would have to take on that prosecution. You couldn't seek that remedy yourself. But the problem is the damage is sometimes done, whether that's found that that person filed the false report or not, because when it's done ex parte and it can rely on hearsay evidence, and you're not there to challenge that evidence or whatever they provide to the court, you're not there when it's done. So the order's issued, your firearm's been confiscated, but it does create a penalty for that.
Follow up, if I may. So with this whole concept of, well, under somebody's belief, that's the probable cause, correct?
Listen, the Constitution, I understand we may debate certain parts of what this means or what they meant. For the government to seize someone's property, to me, it's as clear as day. The Fourth Amendment is very, very short, and it says probable cause, and that's it. And to me, that's not up for debate with me. I think it's very clear.
One more follow-up. I'm just trying to clarify. So if somebody is under the belief that somebody, that could be their escape from penalizing from a false statement. Well, I believe this individual was going to do something, but had actual
I understand. I apologize. I don't think I addressed your question in my last answer. So what
I'm giving you another chance.
Thank you. We all like a good story of a comeback. So someone may believe something and it turns out to not be true. That's not the same as filing a false report, but that's the whole point of not relying on reliable evidence. But that's all it says. It has to be reliable and material evidence. I mean, the evidentiary rules is a very complicated subject. It's a whole chapter of policy. And all it does is take two prongs out of that, and that's all they're relying on. So the person may actually said something about you in the petition and represented that to the court that they believed to be true, and it may turn out to be completely fabricated. And that raises my concern about the back end of this. It does have a procedure to get your firearms back, but it doesn't say anything about you getting removed from the NICS database. And my understanding is they would need authority to send, the court would need to send that to the Department of Safety, and then the Department of Safety have to send that to the FBI. That language is in there to put you in, but not to take you out.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Birdsall, recognized for a question.
Mr. President, I have a question for the good senator from District 2. Thank you for taking my question. I heard Lewiston, Maine mentioned. Isn't that true? Correct me if I'm wrong, but did they not have a yellow flag law and everything was followed, but the police didn't follow through with their yellow flag law?
Absolutely true. Again, human error is a lot of what we're talking about here, is that it happens with human error, and that was a human error. They had the law, didn't work.
Thank you.
Senator Fenton, recognized for a question.
My colleague from District 24. Thank you for taking my question. I'm hearing a lot of police can already do this so that we don't need this bill. But if police can already do this, we're still hearing that these deaths are still happening.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, wouldn't this bill stop those deaths?
This bill, Senate Bill 555 would have created a significant speed bump to stop the examples that I cited in my speech. And to clarify about Lewiston, in the original law that Maine had, only law enforcement could intervene. This law allows for family members to petition courts because they're seeing firsthand. So even though the family of the Lewiston shooter went to law enforcement, if they had access to this, which now Maine did correct their law to allow families to be able to go forward to courts, and the court, there's been some, I believe, some misunderstanding of the legislation And I would direct anyone confused to page 3 of the bill to note that a petition has to be accompanied by a written affidavit signed by the petitioner under oath. And it has to have specific factual allegations regarding the factors that give rise to the petitioner's belief that respondent poses a risk of causing bodily injury to himself or herself or others, like what happened with the Long family. This bill could help families get the help they're desperate for, that they come to this legislature and emotionally bleed all over the floor, asking us to please not make another family go through what they did. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, follow up,
Nope,
Mr. President, if
there
I
we
may?
Follow up.
Just one more question. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm hearing a lot of, if we pass this bill, the sky's gonna fall, and a lot of that rhetoric. But I think you said, did you say 22 states have already passed a similar law?
And the District of Columbia.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 555. Senator Altshuler, did you wish to speak a second time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify, there had been mention of us, of citizens having, or law enforcement having access to involuntary commitments, and that is indeed true. The bar for an involuntary commitment is really, really high. It is very, very rarely granted, and it should be, because it is a complete denial of your constitutional rights. And NAMI New Hampshire has come before this body in testimony many, many times to explain that involuntary commitments are a high bar that should remain a high bar, and that they, along with the Psychiatric Association, support this effort so that crisis can be averted before it gets escalated to an IEA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 555. Are you ready for the question?
Roll call, Mr. President.
A roll call is requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Abbas. Ready for the question? All right, the question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 555. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Murphy.
Yes, the ayes have it. Motion to expedient to legislate is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 651 FNA, an act relative to the legalization regulation of cannabis, making an appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 651 FN, inexpedient to legislate. 651 would establish procedures for the legalization, regulation, and taxation of cannabis, the licensing, regulation of cannabis establishments, and make appropriations thereof. Members of the committee raised concerns about public use of marijuana, the lack of realistic penalties or enforceable tools for municipalities and law enforcement. While members of the committee believe the bill was moving in the right direction, it is ultimately insufficient to address quality of life concerns and public compliance issues that have arisen in other states following legalizations. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting SB 463 FN inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay,
Go.
thank you.
Madam President, I rise to make a motion to table.
So we have a motion to table. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. Senator Fenton has a PI.
Madam President, if I know the voters of New Hampshire overwhelmingly want to legalize cannabis, and if I also know that prohibition is not working and this bill provides a safe way to legalize and regulate cannabis, and if I also know that this bill would provide money for education, mental health services, law enforcement, and lower our property taxes, would I now vote no on the tabling motion?
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. Okay, Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Avard. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
15-9.
The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 9. The motion has been adopted. The bill has been laid on the table. We will now move to transportation, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, Senate Bill 627 FN, an act relative to toll rate adjustments, Easy Pass customer discounts, and the acquisition and improvement portions of Interstate 93 to support New Hampshire Turnpike System, and the 227 through 236 10-year transportation plan. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill sought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Rishardi for the committee.
Senator Rishardi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 627 FN ought to pass with primarily for out-of-state drivers, cash users, and non-New Hampshire Easy Pass holders, while not affecting New Hampshire Easy Pass users, who represent approximately 85% of in-state drivers. The additional revenues will support the 2027 to 2036 10-year transportation plan, including essential safety improvements, infrastructure investments, and ongoing maintenance, at a time when transportation revenues are declining and construction costs are rising, and enhanced federal funding has ended. The bill also modernizes the Easy Pass structure by repealing the existing discount framework to allow for a more generous discount for New Hampshire Easy Pass holders. It incorporates inflation indexing and places approval authority for toll increases with the legislator, aligning that responsibility with our obligation to fund the 10-year highway plan. The amendment before you, or before us, specifies toll rate adjustments as designated turnpike plazas to support the projects in 2027 to 2036 plan, and provides for periodic adjustments tied to the Department of Transportation's projected inflation index as part of the statewide transportation improvement program. The amendment also clarifies legislative authority over toll increases. I want to thank my colleague from Senate District 4 for working closely with the committee and for bringing forward this amendment. I ask that you join Senate Transportation in supporting the motion of ought to pass with Amendment 0341S. And may I speak a little more to this, Senator Carson? So we want our roads and bridges to be safe, and we have a decline in funding. The point of this was not to raise any tolls for anyone in New Hampshire. In fact, it will be adjusted for people in New Hampshire. And there's a period for 180 days that if you don't have an easy pass, you can have one at no cost. We also made sure that the ability to raise any increases somewhere down the road would be not driven by the Department of Transportation, but by the legislature. So I hope we can find a way to fund our roads and bridges. Thank you.
Amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Waters?
President, I rise in support of the committee amendment and of 627, and I just want to just make sure everybody understood what we heard from the chair, whose committee did such a good job on this. This bill amendment means that no one in New Hampshire will have to pay any toll increase. If you have an New Hampshire Easy Pass, you don't pay it. The Department of Transportation said if you don't have an Easy Pass, and it was 85% of the people in the state have them, if you don't have one, they'll give you one free. They'll give you one free. And by the way, we have anonymized transponders. We have transponders you can feed with cash or with a debit card. You don't have to have a credit card. You can do it. It's easy. And it means you see no toll increase. The out-of-staters will pay more. But still, our tolls rate per mile will be is now the lowest in the country by a lot. It'll still be in the bottom 7 or 8 in the country. If you go up Route 95 and you're from New Hampshire, you're going to throw $4 into the hopper. Guess what? The people of Maine throw 95 cents in there. So this is a way to ensure that we can fund the 10-year highway plan. There's a lot of experience with the 10-year highway plan in this body. The gentleman to my right, in his career in the House and now here, the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. We've worked so hard on the 10-year plan. We understand the asset process, and we understand, particularly with this 10-year plan, what we're going to lose. We're going to delay the Frederick Everett Turnpike widening up through Bedford to Nashua to Merrimack to Bedford. We won't get the I-93 projects, particularly exit 6 and 7, which would be a huge economic driver for that area and for safety to get that. And then you all have probably seen all the projects get dropped out of the 10-year plan for your municipalities and other areas and safety improvements on our highways. We're not going to be able to do that. Since 2007, the Executive Council has not been able to adjust the revenues to meet this plan. And I think it's time. I mean, I've never really quite understood why anybody but the legislature raises revenue, right? Because that's our responsibility. So the bill says, okay, we get a 10-year plan, we want to fund it. This will raise $60 million. It won't cost the people of New Hampshire a penny. And we get our safer roads, we get economic development. I'd say if there's one vote you can take for affordability here today, it's this. It's this. It means we get economic development. We get money that can go through the 10-year plan to help projects up to the North Country, all the way down to the seacoast. We get the turnpike system improved so tourists and others can safely drive up north and elsewhere in the state. You know, I've been around this a long time, over in the House and over here. Transportation, it's jobs, it's the economy, it's people being able to get to work, and it's public safety. We can do it. We can do it. With this amendment, we have the funding that we're going to need. We make things much more affordable for New Hampshire folks, for our municipalities, and we get the 10-year plan that we have seen through the process that we need. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will be in recess for 3 minutes. Senate will be out of recess. Will the senators please take their seats? Okay, just to remind everybody where we are currently on transportation, Senate Bill 627, and Senator McConkey would like to speak.
That's good.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The turnpike system, first I want to acknowledge the kind words said by my seatmate to the other side, and your speech was wonderful. Madam President, the New Hampshire Turnpike system is an enterprise fund, and what they collect is what they are allowed to expend. The last system-wide toll increase was 19 years ago. Toll revenues remain relatively flat while operating costs and capital needs continue to rise. And the turnpike system is projected to run a deficit without new revenues. SB 627, as amended, will interject much-needed revenue into the turnpike system now, and that revenue will be paid by out-of-state travelers. Noting they are already subsidizing our system, that 80% of those passing through the Hampton and 58% of the Hooksett tolls are from out-of-state travelers. New Hampshire Easy Pass users will not see an increase in their toll rate, and those New Hampshire residents without a pass will be eligible to receive one at no fee. I must say that I was encouraged earlier today, seated behind that aforementioned wall, to hear not an objection voiced by Your Excellency concerning toll increases. So with that, I ask my colleagues to vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 627 as amended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed vote no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? I recognize Senator Rosenwald.
Madam President, I'd like to move floor amendment 0533S and speak to my amendment.
You may.
Thank you. This is a friendly housekeeping amendment. As you all know, from time to time, as sections of statute get looked at, we've been replacing the idea that all state leadership is entirely male by adding the fact that there can be female leadership. So this amendment does two things. It allows for the contemplation of both the treasurer and the governor to be female. And as both of them currently are, I think that it's timely. So all it does is just add a she and a her to the underlying current statute. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0533. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 627. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
To table?
Okay, the motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 633 FN, an act establishing a voluntary surcharge program and fund for the Division of Arts and State Council of the Arts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee moved SB 633 be referred to interim study. This bill sought to allow arts organizations to add a 50-cent surcharge onto the price of a ticket. The bill also would have established a fund for the proceeds collected from the surcharge. While the committee appreciated the sponsor's effort to create additional funding for the arts in New Hampshire, a majority of the committee ultimately did not believe this bill was ready to move forward. There were some flaws and technical concerns with the language of the bill. There were also concerns over establishing another fund when one was just created as part of the budget for the purpose of receiving donations to the arts in New Hampshire. There were also questions about whether legislation was even necessary for arts organizations to establish a voluntary donation option. At this time, I ask this body to turn down the interim study so another motion may be brought forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. So the motion is to refer to interim study. Senator Sullivan has made a request that we vote down the interim study and to move to pass so that we can introduce a floor amendment. Okay, so the motion is to refer to interim study. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. Okay. I will look to Senator Lang to make a motion.
Move ought to pass, and we'll be offering a floor amendment.
You may speak to the floor amendment.
Hey, Madam President, I offer floor amendment 517S from myself and the senator from District 4, co-authored the amendment with me, and I'd like to speak to the amendment. So as some of you know, in the budget, the House had defunded the Council of the Arts. We tried to find a way to keep it going, and we created a tax credit program and created a fund for them to be able to do the Granite Patron of the Arts Fund. I chased down our first donor for $10,000 and got them to do it, and it's been 6 weeks going through legislative hurdles because it's the first time we're ever doing tax credits to a state agency. And as such, the Governor Council now has to get involved because it's considered a donation to a state agency. So what the amendment before you does is clarifies that process and says that if they're buying a tax credit and they're spending less than $50,000, Governor Council doesn't have to weigh in. That money can go to the Council of the Arts and they can expend those funds. That's what the amendment does. We just want to clarify it, make it faster so they can get their money and support their programs right away. I'd ask you to vote yes to the floor amendment, then yes to the OTPA recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, the question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on the floor amendment 0517. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 633. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading.
Thank you.
Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 637 FN, an act relative to certain tax credits for purchase from New Hampshire farms. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 637 be referred to interim study. This bill sought to incentivize grocery stores to purchase more of their produce from local New Hampshire farms by establishing a credit against the business profits tax for doing so. Under the bill, businesses would be required to purchase at least 10% of their inventory from registered New Hampshire farms. They would further be required to reduce the sale price of that food by 10%. The tax credit would be equal to 10% of the total amount paid to local farmers. The Department of Revenue Administration raised several technical concerns with the bill as drafted, especially surrounding the price to which the required reduction would be applied. The committee appreciated the sponsor's intent and expressed a willingness to work collaboratively toward a goal of encouraging the purchase of more fresh, local produce. However, based on the concerns raised, a majority of the committee did not feel the bill was ready to move forward at this time. I ask your support for the interim study motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. So the motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Coca?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the comments of my colleague from District 18. As she mentioned, this bill is intended to sort of ultimately lower the price to consumer of food from our local farms. And so there were some concerns raised by DRA about the basis of the tax credit in the bill. And if the interim study motion is voted down, I do have an amendment to offer, but there are ways to get around that problem that I have shared with some of my colleagues. Namely after a conversation with Commissioner Jasper and a couple other food organizations. So I would love to offer that because we know that food affordability is an issue now. We know that having healthy, nutritious food is something that our kids are only getting older without, and so would love the opportunity to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Lang? Okay. Okay, thank you. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 637. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it, and the motion of refer to interim study is adopted. Okay. Next, we're going to take up we are at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. Attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Capital Budget, to which was referred Senate Bill 497, an act amending the capital budget. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator McConkey for the committee.
Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer floor amendment 0047S and speak to that amendment.
Could stop. We have to address the underlying bill first.
Thank you. Madam President, I'd like to offer ought to pass on amendment 0047S. Is that the reference?
Okay, first we have to, okay.
It's all right. Just move on to the committee amendment.
Okay, we're moving on. Okay, let's just take a few minute recess. So. The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 497 removes a reference to procurement from the Department of Administrative Services for certain capital appropriations to the community college system of New Hampshire. The committee amendment will allow for the use of the fourth floor instead of the second floor of the State House Annex for members of the legislature. The underlining bill will make sure that the community college system has authority over their projects and that were approved in the capital budget.
Thank you very much, Senator. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for that courtesy. I would like to offer floor amendment 0047S and speak to that amendment.
You may speak.
Thank you. Part of the work going on around us this year is the renovation of the State House Annex. In committee, we approved an amendment to shift some of the legislative offices from the second floor of the annex to the fourth. Unfortunately, we inadvertently took the whole wing. This floor, I don't know that it was inadvertent, took the whole wing. The floor amendment corrects that to just the west wing of the fourth floor, plus shared access to a break room and lactation room on that floor. This will provide much-needed space for senators and their aides. Please support the floor amendment. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0447. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 497. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, Senate Bill 524, an act enabling on-premise licensees to deliver liquor to customers who order a meal for home delivery. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Reardon for the committee.
Senator Reardon.
Which one?
Senate Bill 524.
Senate Bill 524 enables on-premise licensees to deliver liquor to customers with the takeout, and the committee amendment is a constituent issue that came up this year that we avoided bringing a late bill for and instead did an amendment for herbal tinctures.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I support the committee amendment, which does establish a commission to study the development of a regulatory framework for tincture products that may contain alcohol. However, the eagle-eyed clerk caught a mistake, and we need to correct the amendment. So I'm going to ask the body to please vote down the committee amendment so I can offer a corrected amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Senator Innes has requested that we vote down the committee amendment so that he can offer a floor amendment that will correct a problem in the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment has failed. The The bill is on second reading, and is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Innes.
Thank you again, Madam President. I would like to offer floor amendment 26-50530S and refer the body to line 19, where the amendment changes the word service to serve. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0530. Is there any discussion on the amendment, the floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 524. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, Senate Bill 631, FN, an act installing a sound barrier on Interstate 93 southbound. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment, but with a vote of 4-0. Senator Fenton for the committee.
Senator Fenton.
Wasn't ready for that one. You got it? Oh, you know what? Well, thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 631 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would install a sound barrier along I-93 southbound near the Baldwin Senior Living Community in Londonderry, addressing significant traffic noise that has increased over the past several years. The committee amendment would authorize the sale of toll credits to fund newly established noise barrier construction, fund for the design and construction of noise barriers. I want to thank my colleague from District 14 for working closely with our committee to advance this legislation. I'd also like to thank my colleague who's next to me for this speech. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Fenton. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Ricciardi for a floor amendment.
I don't have a speech for you.
Okay. We're going to do fine. So as amended, this bill directs the Department of Transportation to install a sound barrier along the southbound side of Interstate 93 between Pillsbury Road and Exit 4 southbound off the ramp. It also authorizes the use of toll credits to fund a noise barrier construction fund, enabling the design and construction over noise barrier projects when sufficient turnpike tolls are available to meet federal matching requirements.
Okay, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0487. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 631. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. I will recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
I move that Senate Bill 406 be removed from the table.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Right, just want to remind everybody the pending motion is inexpedient to legislate, and I recognize Senator Birdsall to speak. So Senate Bill 406.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, we went ahead and put this bill on the table because we didn't feel that the state of New Hampshire should be subsidizing the purchase of parcels of land. Apparently, that message was not clear, so some think that the state is still willing, as long as it stays on the table, that the state will be coming in with $20 million, and we want to send a clear message that this is not going to happen. So in order to send the very clear message that the state taxpayers will not be buying property, please support the pending motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request a roll call and ask a parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Rosenwald has asked for a roll call. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Avar. And you may speak to your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know that the lack of affordable housing is always named as the state's biggest issue, and I also know that we don't want our adversaries owning land in New Hampshire, especially when it's near critical infrastructure and could pose a national security risk, would I now vote no on the ITL motion? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? A roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Avar.
Ready.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters. Oh, they're not all in.
He left early, I think. I believe you.
Oh, we did?
Okay.
So
Senator
he's
Waters is
excused. Okay. Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Cuoco.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
16-7.
The vote is 16-7. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Thank you. Okay. Where'd it go? I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Rosenwald?
Thank you, Madam President. Unanimous consent, please.
Yes.
Thank you. As you all know, on Monday, Nashua experienced a gas explosion and a fire that could have ended in tragedy, but didn't, thanks to the professionalism and fast, well-prepared response of Nashua Fire and Rescue, our EMS services, and the assistance of firefighters from Hollis, Merrimack, Hudson, Manchester, and Londonderry, and other towns as well. 3 firefighters were injured, but fortunately, it seems they're all going to be okay. We're lucky to have such brave, well-trained men and women working these tough jobs, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. So I just wanted to express that sentiment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to add a few words, if I may. On behalf of the Senate, I really would just like to wish our heartfelt gratitude to the first responders who responded to this tragedy, and send out prayers and best wishes to those that were injured. Senator Rochefort.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I
I asked a question of my colleague from Senate District 2 during the debate of Senate Bill 582. After I asked the question, I sat down, and I just want to say there was no disrespect given to you or any member of the body, and I apologize. So.
Apology accepted.
Thank you, Senator. I would, at this point, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to rise and say, let's go Patriots, right? It's a privilege, right? That was easy to get that ovation, but just understand, this team set a record for the most road victories all year, so everyone calls them the Road Warriors. And people want to say they're a team, they're lucky, whatever. Listen, that defense in 3 games gave up 26 points to 3 playoff teams. This is going to be a good game, so please watch it, enjoy it. Some teams win 3 games over the span of 50 years, so let's go Patriots.
Yeah. So on that light note, Senator Lang.
So as the guy in charge of revenues, as much as I want the Patriots to win, they need to lose so we make some money.
Oh, no. Oh. Uh-oh. See what you started now, Senator Abbas?
What a bad omen.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can end on a happier note. We will not be in session next Thursday. We currently only have 5 bills on the consent calendar. So I'm going to ask our chairs to please use this extra time, hold public hearings if you need to, but really start executing those fiscal note bills so we can get them over to Senator Gray in Finance. So, okay. Is there any further business? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. So you're going to be on the record about that comment. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and forming committees of conference. When we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair. Thank you.